Okay, so it's been a few days. Too many days if you ask me. But it's time to pick up where I left off. There's a few things I remembered in the interim. One is that I never I never stated my full cores that Byzantium gave me. So I go ahead and do that. Delightful. This is worth ducats. Ducats, I say. Essentially anywhere where I had a Byzantine core. It's gonna be a lot of good land, and I'm sure there are some extra cores I could be making off of this. I don't know, it actually does not cover all of it. So there's one over here, so I could state this if I wanted to. There's Crete and Itzel. What area are you? I forget how to tell. Eastern Mediterranean islands. It's probably like Rhodes and all of them. That's pretty expensive, so let's go ahead and do that. It's all good land. How many states can I make? I can make 3 more total. Wow. I have fleshed out my states way more than I have in the past. In any other playthrough, I think. Usually I take more land than I can state. But the vassal feeding is doing well for me. I think I'll hold off on the rest. I am full on military points, but I'm way ahead of time. So I don't want to do that. What do I do with those then? Develop? I think I'm all caught up in institutions. France is spreading manufactories throughout the Eurasian borderlands. Enlightenment doesn't exist yet, so does Mali have it too? They do. Look at them. But Morocco doesn't. How'd you get it? Probably through Spain, maybe? Oh, they probably just had manufactories. I forget. That one's easy to spread. Just build a few factories. So anywhere I have states is really fine for developing. Especially where I have nobility. That'll shut them up for a while. So, my notes tell me to state Byzantium. Just did it. Cross that one off the list. And the next note I left myself, and I quote, was go ham. So I guess I was in the mindset that I should just start attacking people. Remember who to attack here. I just took a whole bunch of land off of Spain. I won't be able to fight them for 15 years-ish. I have some aggressive expansion. I need to fight Egypt. My truce is coming up with them, so I could fight Ottomans and then Egypt. Just take the Sunni world out of the picture. Do I have rebels? Not really. Closest one is the Galicians. And it's freaking Galicia. It's one province. It's a decent province, but I might as well just give it some autonomy. Because what do I care at this size? I was building an army to fight the Ottomans. That's good. Was I integrating anyone? Was I improving relations with anyone? Doesn't look like it. Does Milan have all its cores back? Pretty much. How do you feel about me? You feel like I could be a bit better. I've got low dip rep at the moment too. I can improve my relations with them significantly though. That's another 15 at least. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I think Ottomans, Egypt, Tlemcen are my logical choices here. And then I can turn my focus to Austria and the Italians. Probably want to move some more troops down south. I think 60,000 should be enough for them. Do I want to make a client state somewhere? That's a valid option, although I'm running low on land to actually take, and I believe, if I remember right, I just took administrative ideas and got my core creation reduction. And I'm all caught up on tech. I've got everything I want. I suppose saving admin for ideas would be good. Won't be another idea group for a while either. So yeah, I could probably accept a few cultures too. Turkish is it's a pretty big culture in my world. My French world. If I can remember where to do that. Ah. Yeah, 12%. They even outdo the English. So let's go ahead and throw some dip at them. Why not? Now they're accepted. Beautiful. So stating Turkish land. Probably good for me right now. Oh, that's quite the state. Occurs to me that I should just look at the culture. So this area. So this probably should be a state. Sivas already is. This already is. But this is a damn good one. This is more profitable in general. Let's go ahead and state it. I know I said I wasn't going to. But what's a little admin among friends? I'm actually going to hold off on this because I'm about to take a whole lot of land from the Turks. Yeah, you're not getting that land. Oh, that's right. I took some land up here. Oh, the French land, I think, is united now. Except for Liège. Liège, who is defending against Mecklenburg. Oh, Mecklenburg and Lübeck are fighting. Wasn't Lübeck a huge power here at one point? Eh. I'm sure they're fine. Little CBs from... I could certainly take Liège if I wanted to, and I probably should at some point. Also important, I want Zealand. I want Zealand, and taking it now is probably about as good as it gets. And they'll give it to me. See very little reason not to. There we go. Oh, that's a good reason. Who wants a client state? I got a whole bunch of extra relations, don't I? That's what a way to start out. Yeah, let's go ahead and make a client state right here. Just a nice little client state. I call it Zelanda. This is fine. Sure, the sun, this, moon and star. We'll give it a nice Turkish. It'll blend in too. As intended. I'll integrate you later. There's an HRE vassal, so the HRE won't be too pissed about it. Thanks, Netherlands. Threatened war minus 75. He'll be fine. Still very little aggressive expansion. I need that province to form the Roman Empire. Maximilian de Amblitus, Drillmaster par excellence. Maximilian has turned our army into clockwork automatons that don't flinch on the battlefield. Wow! 5 years of plus 10 discipline? That's insane. I think it's time to stop taking royal marriages from the Polish and the Lithuanians. It might be well within this king's lifetime that I show them who's boss. What do they have in the way of forts? Just the one. Okay, and they have Brunei as an ally now. Well, good for them. The Ottomans are about to be exiled to the islands that they've colonized. Well, you know what? I'm going to have enough admin for this anyway, so I might as well just finish up these cores. This area is all cored up. And just go ahead and go to war here. Nothing else I wanted to do, right? No quick vassals I wanted to make? Good work on vassalizing the knights. It might be a nice easy one. But I think eating them via attacking Venice would be easy enough, and I have a claim on Venetia. Well, let's overkill this. Do I call Lithuania? I really see very little reason not to. It'll keep them from doing other things. And I have a lot of favors. Apparently declaring war caused the game to save. What army? So long to the Turk. I think they have more than 100%, so I probably won't be able to take them all in one war. Although the CB I used will likely allow it. That's how you beat the Ottomans in 1 month. Go ahead and use that in your own game. Huh. I actually don't want those islands. They can go exist out there on their own. And they'll almost give into this already, but I don't want to take it because I have a lot of cores to finish. Well, that's beautiful. I didn't expect to be able to take all this. Oh, the states want land. Right. Forgot about them. Right. What do I give the estates? Why not? And those to the clergy. Clergy is still not happy because they're greedy bastards. Really? That should be enough. Okay. And then some for the nobles. That was too good. Good enough. I'm loath to give them anything. Because, damn it, I am the state. Hijaz is making claims on me. Maybe I should go after Hijaz next. Although I don't think I... Oh, I have a CB on them. Of course I do. I need to go through Egypt to do it, though. Greek separatism, and they're going to gain unrest in Castoria. They'll be fine. Well, the Byzantine Empire reduced to a distant, maybe 5-year memory, most Greeks have come to lead their lives under foreign rulers. Some have felt their old home region altogether. Left their old home region altogether, as merchants or to serve in the various courts of Europe, while most remain in Greece, leading lives in the countryside similar to before the fall of the empire. Others even thrive under their new rulers. The independent Greek identity has, however, remained strong and will in time make itself even more known among the unruly mountain clefts, or by the patriot dreams of intellectuals in foreign lands. While restoration of the Byzantine Empire remains an unattainable dream, many have come to yearn to be free of the rule. Foreign tax collectors. That should be of foreign tax collectors, and hope for a new Greek state centered on the ancient homeland of their people. Well, Byzantine cores are gone. Greeks have some cores now. They don't understand. What I'm doing is best for them. Now, I do want some claims on Austria. I do want to start getting ready to integrate... do I have any other vassals? Zealand's Ansbach. Ansbach's not going anywhere. Milan. It's just Milan. Let's improve relations with Milan. They're going to be expensive too. That rich Italian land. Only 139 development so far. I never quite got rid of all my mercenaries. I'd love to take an idea here, but I really don't need any of these. The advisors are nice, and the administrative tech cost is nice, and the number of states is nice. Go hunt down these mercs and get rid of them. Don't need you anymore. Regulars for life. Alright, I think that gets rid of all my mercenaries. Muscovy attacking Yarkand. Oh, they're getting far east. Oh, look at them grow. These are the people I slapped down. Hard enough that I thought maybe they probably wouldn't be a problem ever again, but they are quite large. But their aggressive expansion with me is depleting significantly, so I don't think they're going to be a problem. I almost wish I took military ideas now. What else can I spend it on? I guess I could strengthen my government. That's something I've never done. Where do you even do that here? 10 legitimacy. I really don't think there's anything really good for me to do with my military power. I wish I could use that to suppress my vassals. I guess I'll just give more land to the, where's my... Oh, I know it's one of these. Here we go. I guess I give more land to the nobles? Or more power to the nobles? Like, this is a good one. At least that'll shut them up later. I'm not focusing military or something, am I? No. Okay, good. How much overextension is this going to give me? 48. So as soon as I'm... Oh, so close. Next one that finishes is, sadly, all of them. But after this, I'll be done with the Ottomans forever. And with that, there will be very little reason not to attack the Egyptians. Ethiopia is guaranteeing Hijaz. Well, that's different. Can't tell them to break that alliance either. I'll fight Ethiopia, that's fine. As long as I get Mecca. Egyptian Australia? Cool. Egyptian Australia. The world when you destroy the colonizers. Yeah, they're having a rough time, aren't they? See no reason not to just start this war. I think he's only got the one fort. Well, that's not my siege general. Let's get the siege general over here. That damn fort. Oh well. 4 siege guy is going to take it down real fast. Might only be a capital fort. I am never going to be people controller. Oh no, they do have a regular fort there too. They already want peace. We'll give you the claim. No. Don't underestimate my greed. It's pretty much limitless, so I wouldn't even bother trying. Right, so I just need those cores to be done. Couple of days. And I'm capped again. God damn it. Plan to be at war fairly contiguously here, so go ahead and let's raise war taxes. That's 50 down the drain, right? Turn it into money at least. So, what is actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what's the requirement for enlightenment? Because that's coming up. And I put 0 thought into making sure that spawns in my land. University. Universities. Let's build some universities. Why not, right? We've got the money. Buildings. University. Looks like these. Why is it... Why are those yellow? I guess I've got one here. What's different about these? The universities come off of a temple or something? What's... no? Why would that be yellow? What am I missing? These don't have space. Okay. So don't build in yellow. It probably won't let me if I try. Or it will. Oh, did I forget to change the title again? Ah, shit. Glad you said something, Taco. Shit. Can't believe I've done this either. Okay, it should be updated. Well, that's embarrassing. Anyway, back to universities. So what's going on? Why can I build this there? I don't understand. Oh, because it adds a building slot. Okay. So it lets you build it just because it will give you a building slot. Makes sense. Let's put one in Paris. I see no reason not to build these in lots of places. Constantinople. Right? Okay. Antioch seems like the Antioch and Adana seem like very educated places. So, okay, what's the exact requirement? I should probably just look before I blindly... Has a university. Can appear in a province if it's in my capital area. Okay, everything I have counts except for Italy. Or Naples. Has a university. Development at least 20. Okay, that's something to pay attention to. Oh, that's an alternate. Was that an alternative? Okay, no. It just has to have a university because I am in Europe. Wait. Drop it. Has university. One of the following must be true. So university qualifies it already. I'm certainly not a 555 or better. Yeah, I just need universities. I'll just kind of plop them down wherever I want it to spread, because that's going to make it a little easier. Is there a way to tell what the development is? Go ahead and slap one down in Fez too, because why not? Alexandria is a good place, I suppose. Donna? Don't want to put one in Baghdad just because it'll spread to the Persians. Do I care though? Probably not. I figure the more of these I have, the better my chances are, so just kind of slap them down all over. It'll help with spread of institutions as well. So assuming you haven't bailed on me yet, Taco, how you doing? What's next after this easy achievement? I haven't given it any thought at all. I'm open to suggestions. Albania or Iberia while it's still easy in case it gets ninja nerfed next patch. I can always roll back if I really wanted to play an easier version. That is an option. Biga's a good province. One up here. Ah, screw it, I'll put one in Baghdad. Can't do Tunis for whatever reason. Real men don't roll back. I've never rolled back yet, but I am not rolling it out for myself. Alright, I think that's an okay number of universities. If it spawns in one of them, great. If not, it'll probably grow in those provinces and then spread all over my empire faster. Uni-bombing. University bombings? I'm the Unabomber. I don't see any problem with that statement. Okay, we need to take that. I have not finished my cores. We are good. That was all the cores, right? We're not just getting surprise 50 overextension somehow? I guess 52 is where I'd worry. The Ottomans have been exiled from Europe. See you, Taco. Alright. No more European Ottomans. They exist. I'm not sure where their capital is now. I know they have this island. That's their capital. Okay. Looks like they've got, no, it's Sulu. They're out here too. Yeah, they're just... The Ottomans, the Osmanoglus are now an island nation. And Egypt, I assume I'm going to need significantly more war score with. Let's get some more claims, for example, here. I'm going to clean up these borders. Now, what do I need exactly? I don't need to take more than that. For form Roman Empire. Show me that map again. Actually, I need almost nothing. But I feel that as the Roman Empire, I'm going to want Egypt. So I'll leave them with this, which will be essentially nothing to their name. 101 overextension. That's a little rough. Maybe take slightly less than this. Still have to wait for my other cores to finish unless I take significantly less. And then what's the next move? Milan wants a little more land. I'll happily acquire it for them. Genoa should probably go. They're allied with Lithuania, who won't help them right now. And Ragusa, who has no friends. Lithuania won't currently help them because we're in the same war. No, I just beast out. Why? They're just like me. Well, let's deal with that right now, shall we? Little to no reason not to. Siege God, this is yours. I got too many men up here. Although I expect Milan to take care of... Oh, they got 15,000 men there, and Milan is nowhere to be seen. I'm going to want some ships to go to that. Let's make sure they can't leave via ship. Got Burgundian separatists coming up real soon. Where are the Burgundians? 36,000? Well, maybe I redirect a few men somewhere? What difficulty is this? Normal. I know it's in fashion to go to hard mode right now, but meh. They'll give me what I want soon enough. Cardinal Minister Missionary Strength sounds quite nice. Right, did I ever get a claim on this? I did. So I need to threaten for it at some point, probably before he gets a lot bigger. And he's trying. How do I manage aggressive expansion? I pay attention to what aggressive expansion I'm accruing. I've actually had 4 coalition wars this game, which is more than I've ever had to deal with before. But I usually don't play a large nation like France, or a powerful starting nation like France. So it was a little easier. But the first one I dealt with because it was when I was finishing off Big Blue Blob. Ah, crap. And the Burgundians were the ones leading the coalition. They fired coalition, and then the Burgundian inheritance happened. And Spain and I just chopped up all their land. The other ones, when the coalition began to form, I attacked it before too many people could join, so it would split into multiple smaller coalitions. If somebody joins a coalition that's already in progress, they don't join the war, they just kind of form another coalition. Like, it'll say they're all in the same coalition, but they're really not. It would be a separate war to fight them. So as soon as somebody starts to join a coalition, you kind of got to deal with it. If you're willing to let it get to that point. To be honest, I'm typically not. But I've been #1 world power, and I've had the Ottomans on the back foot since, like, 1550, so it's not like there was a lot that could stop me. Oh, crap. Go there. Let's go ahead and deal with these guys. Poland attacking Hungary? Oh, that's fine. What ideas? Would I have chosen different ideas if I was in a multiplayer game? I'd probably have gone very differently in a multiplayer game, because I wouldn't be going for achievements, so my gameplay is kind of affected by exactly what I'm trying to accomplish. I try to remain somewhat goal-oriented so I don't waste a whole bunch of time. But, yeah, if this was multiplayer, I don't know. I'd probably go much more heavily military. Although I guess I kinda did. Anyway, my ideas were influence, because I wanted to reduce aggressive expansion and play with some vassals to integrate. Defensive, because the morale of armies was really early in here. So that with army tradition is the first two ideas really fit into the French traditions. Economic, because by that point I was suffering from horrible autonomy and serious money problems because of the autonomy. Quality, just so all my men would fight better. Then offensive for the discipline and the siege ability. And the slightly better generals. And then admin simply for the core creation cost. I'm at a point where I just don't know what to do with my points anymore. Well, I guess I didn't need all those men, did I? Okay. Why don't I take this fleet out here? Finish off this siege. And then bring it up to Corsica and finish off Corsica. No! My siege god! I think that was the woman that I got from an event. I'll miss her. She was so good. Lose 45,000 manpower. What's my opinion on Brandenburg/Prussia? They're really good. I'm not sure what you're looking for here. 45,000 manpower, 10 prestige. Well, I'm getting the prestige back easily this war, so I was tempted to go for the manpower just because I could. It's probably not the best reasoning. Right. Cores are partway done. Rebellion in Metz, I was ready. Expensive though that will turn out to be. Good thing I didn't lose 45,000 manpower, right? I only lost about 13,000 in that battle. Now what do I plan to take from Egypt? 95.4, so if this is worth 4 or less, it won't be. Not even close. Can I give this to anyone? Not really. I'm not even sure if Zealand's colonial range can reach it. I'd love to give it to them. I can take it and then hand it to Milan. That wouldn't be a problem. Because they're about to have a port. They won't be able to core it yet, though. So they might give it back, which would be kind of not cool. I gotta stop hitting pause when that event comes up. I have it set up to pause the game when a conversion finishes so that I can move my missionary and not waste time. I did not pay attention to where that was. Ah! Easy. I'll even give them a general. How generous I am. It's Armenians too, it's not even the Turks. Wow, this province is still, oh, these are still Coptic. When the Ottomans rule the world, Coptic never dies. Augsburg? Buddy? Thanks, I guess. Have I ever been a lesser partner of a personal union? Yes. And do you know how to get out of it? How do you lower the relationship? Well, back when I did that, the game played a little differently because it was like 2 years ago, and that's a lot of patches. But that's when I was doing my Byzantine run, and I was basically this half of my empire at that time, plus all of Arabia, and I was allied with the French. Well, guess who got a union over me? So back then, you really got free by just attacking, as far as I could remember, so I just declared war on them. I don't remember anything else being involved. Took a stability hit, got a new dynasty. Did the Milanese just clear them out on their own? Wow. Good on them. But nowadays, you can lower relationship by... You know, I'm not sure. I think as a player, you can gain support at any relationship level. You just need to gain enough support. What's my favorite country to play and why? I don't think I've ever been interviewed quite this way. I'm not complaining. Just curious. Favorite country to play? I tend not to play the same country more than once, because I specifically just do achievement hunting. My favorite countries that I have played... Where are you? Somewhere around here? Ah! Pata. They don't even have a core anymore. But they start here. Their land is Sunni. And they are Ibadi. And that's how I did my Ibadi run. For what's the achievement called? The Third Way. And unified Islam with Ibadi. I like that because it was hard and I started really small and I had everything against me. This is when corruption just came out and people were like, oh no, nobody can survive corruption, it's the worst thing ever. Guess what? I had 1 corruption a year or something like that. Or maybe it was 0.5, but I got an insane amount of corruption because I had 100% religious unity, or 0% religious unity because I had the wrong religion province that I couldn't convert. So, you know, it's kind of my response to people complaining. You can do it. You just gotta figure out how. I mean, the start was rough, but it was fine. Got rid of all the Sunni. My other favorite was Mongolia, but they played totally different back then. I think. It's not even comparable now. That was before Tengri, that was before the Tengri changes, that was before Horde changes. They'd be much more fun now, actually. What do I do with these mill points? I don't like this. Don't like it. I've spent so much on development that I wish I could spend it on something else. Dip rep sounds pretty darn good right about now. Get more claims on the Austrian. This is mine. How do you decide to spend your monarch points on technology versus idea progression? Depends on the tech. If it's military, I want to stay up to date. That wins and loses wars, or at least makes them much harder. And after that, it's whether or not I'm actually gaining benefit off of the technology when I buy it. Right now, I wouldn't mind falling behind on admin to fill out this idea group. A, because it makes admin cheaper later, and B, because I don't need more states. I'm going to spend a lot of admin on coring, which I can't even keep up with actually, so let's go ahead and get some of this. Dip Tech. The biggest reason to stay up on Dip Tech is the corruption you gain if you don't. And vassals will not like you if you are behind them. So I'm ahead on Dip Tech, and Milan's my vassal. And, well, apparently that doesn't give me a bonus, but if I was behind, it'd have more Liberty Desire. So that's the other thing it does. Alright, so I can hand this to Milan. And if I take Corsica and this for myself, I'm actually not sure if it's going to go real bad for me. But, you know, I want it all. I can separate piece for Gusa. Probably take a big load of cash. Nope. Apparently not. Is there a way you can improve the chances of a high monarch point heir? No. And that was the big weakness of monarchies until they added the disinherit and abdicate options. So I've actually used disinherit like 6 or 7 times, I think, this run. Because I have been... It's just not an option I have used in the past. I know it's relatively new, but I haven't used it much since it came out. Holy crap, you're rich! He's got 5,000 ducats in his bank. Oh no, keep the questions coming. I don't mind answering at all. Revoke a core, I meant... Yeah, that's fine. You can revoke a core. It's prestige for me. Yeah, disinherit. Now, prestige is actually very useful, so make sure you can get it back. I wouldn't disinherit really early in the game unless you feel like you really need it. Then again, monarch points are really valuable. I probably I probably could be a little looser with my prestige. It all depends on what you want to accomplish and what you want to use things for, I guess. In Europe, I think prestige is more important because it factors into personal unions and people getting your dynasty. I'm trying to remember. Rather, for Christians it does. Yeah, let's finish this war first. See if I can give away my land to Milan. Yep. Day mad. Salzburg's mad at me too now. Yeah, let's see. Because they can't actually core it until they finish this core. But it's in their culture group. So it should be fast. So what if I let them core that, then finish the Egyptian war, after handing off these provinces to them? That should be slightly faster than me coring it myself. This really doesn't need a fort. Frankly, there don't need to be any forts on these islands. There really don't need to be any forts in general out here. Leave the one in Napoli. Ragusa, you get to be demilitarized. There's too many forts here, too. Just no reason. I don't mind having 2 forts here, because this area is an important choke point. What happened to all your unrest? I guess they barely are above. Do I debase currency? Yes! I really like that option. If your corruption goes away quickly, I'm ahead of time in admin and dip, so I get minus 0.1 per month. Or year, is it? I think it's year. I have positive stability, and the rest I'm just paying into it, but debasing, you can get rid of corruption without actually paying if you're doing well in other places. And it's not actually bad unless you let it rack up a good bit. Like at 10%, it's kind of awful because your tech's going to be more expensive and it gets painful that way. But at 1 or 2 or 3, I find that corruption is almost ignorable. I didn't realize that was almost done. Maybe I take a little less from Egypt. I can come back later if I want to slap them down. At this point, it's just to feel good about your borders versus actual productive use of time here. I was going to follow that up with something. Oh yeah, so the way corruption is calculated, and I forget exactly how it works, but apparently if your autonomy is really high, and you debase, the amount you get is based on your total development, while the amount you pay back per month by reducing corruption, what do they call it? By rooting out corruption, the amount you get in total, it's a net profit. So if you are extremely, if your core provinces, your like state provinces are really high autonomy, you actually make money debasing corruption. You notice that when you diplo annex rather than annex, you get territory as a full core rather than territorial core. What's the difference? Full cores are what you have for states. So your vassals, when you're diplo annexing, you would get territorial cores, by the way, if they didn't. But they make their province a state, and they make it a full core. You basically pay the cost of the territorial core again. So here's my map of my full cores and territorial cores, and it largely reflects where my vassals were, except for England. So a territorial core caps your autonomy at 75%. A full core means it can go down to 0, which basically means you earn 4 times as much from these provinces at the same development than a territorial core. So if you have a core province, you get more out of it. You also pay a little bit for having it in a state, and you can only have full cores in states. So you're limited to how many times you can declare regions a state, but it's just, you make better use of the land. So really good areas is good to make full cores in. And you get whatever kind of core your vassal had. So yeah, I think I just core these. Milan can deal with this, and I'll feed them a bit of Ferraran land. So ultimately it's better to diplo-annex everybody. Well, it's slower to diplo-annex. What I like to do is a mixture of regular annexation and diplo-annexation, especially when I can expand fast, like right now. So I diplo-annexed this region, everything out here just about. And the rest was conquered manually, or with admin. But you split up the points you spend. It lets you conquer more land and not be as limited by monarch points. So you can go faster, assuming you can afford to rack up the aggressive expansion. Figuring out the balance where you're comfortable is important. Alright, well, I don't want to sit here and wait for the Egyptian war, so I can take up to 80 overextension. So let's knock off some useless land here. How do you decide who to diplo-annex versus war? Who do you decide who to vassalize and annex? Usually my deciding factor in that is, and here's an easy one, Byzantium. When I was fighting the Ottomans, I took Edirne. And the reason I took Edirne, when I got this far, and then released it as Byzantium instead of just coring it, is that then I could declare war for all of their cores. So I took a destroyed nation who had lots of cores. I used their CB to declare war on the Ottomans, got the land for very cheap and very little aggressive expansion, and then just took a couple of things on the side. But it basically makes it easier to take land if you have a vassal that has rights to it, you know? How much did I say? 80? 80. Technically 81. 95. This land is pretty garbage. We'll take 81. 81? Let's not push it. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Slightly cleaner. So yeah, when I vassalize someone, it's because I want to take their land back. Castile had the union over Aragon. It took Spain. It formed Spain, which merged them all into one country. So I took this province off of Spain in my first war with them, released Aragon, and then reconquered all of this in their name for super cheap and very little aggressive expansion. And then I integrated them. Downside is you don't get the land for your personal use for very long for a long time. You get some of their taxes depending on your vassal taxing. I forget what they call it. Let's wait for that core to finish. And you get some of their force limit. So you get a little bit out of them, but nowhere near as much as they're getting out of the land. Double check everything here. That'll be done in 1 month. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take the just take the land now. $102 is a little more than I was expecting. I'm not gonna lie. I did the math wrong somewhere. Oh no, I'm going down by 5. This is exactly what I thought it was. What is it you look for when deciding to war a country and their allies? How do I judge their strength and their chances of winning? Well, after you play for a while, you kind of get used to looking at a country and going, these guys are going to be so-and-so strong. Like, I expect Poland to be able to field between 100... Honestly, probably about 100,000 men at that size. And you can go into the ledger and verify. 157. I was actually lowballing it pretty hard there. They have quantity, that's why. They have quantity and offensive. Okay. So Poland can field 157,000 men. They currently have 133,000 standing. 133 regiments. They got 30,000 manpower in reserve, and 14 of that is mercenaries. So what I do is I look at the allies that I'm going to be up against, and I open this up and I look at it and figure out how strong they're going to be added up. And I can do that for my allies too. So the ledger actually has some really good information. You can do the same for navies. You can even, you poke around in the right places here, you can even find out who has loans. Loans, yeah. So I think each loan is minus 0.02 in the... This is kind of a... You really have to know what you're looking for to find this. But in the score comparison, you actually are docked score for loans. So if you look in the admin rating, and you happen to know that each loan is worth negative 0.02 points, I know that Lithuania's got 2 loans. So you can tell how bad their economic state is, too. Because if you bankrupt someone, oh boy, does that make it easy to fight them. The AI has gotten better, I think, at avoiding bankruptcy, though. Okay, so I've finished off all of them. I still kind of... Oh, Hijaz is no longer being guaranteed. Let's take Mecca. Against a really strong enemy, your chances of winning often come down to also, extremely important by the way, technology, military tech. So, this icon right here, military tactics, that's huge. Better military tactics is going to make you lose fewer men and make them lose more men across the board just for having it. Because it feeds into discipline, and discipline is probably one of the most important factors. What else does this do? Just adds 35% discipline. Discipline's one of the most important factors in combat. Because the more damage they take, the faster they lose morale. And vice versa, the opposite. The less damage you take, the less morale you'll lose. So, stacking discipline is very good. That's a huge reason about why Brandenburg is so powerful. Or Prussia, whoever forms Prussia. Prussian ideas are insane because of the discipline and a couple other things. Milan wants a marriage. I want to be the one doing the marrying. So it only happens once for my my king's lifetime. The consort I got was amazing, by the way, a 5.62. Because I don't need military right now and I don't know what to do with it all. That's really good. Come on. Milan's not ready to be integrated yet. I hear Persia's got really good ideas too. Hold on, let's see. Morale of armies plus 10, that's really good. Manpower. Discipline plus 5 right there. Manpower recovery. Taxes. Yeah, they're pretty good. Eventually I gotta do a Tabaristan into Persia into Alexander the Great's empire essentially run. Alright, straight to Mecca. Let's not mess around. Do they have forts? They have a fort right there, and somehow I can walk through it? It's not garrisoned. Okay, we're stopping here. I gotta be ready for the Egyptian rebels. They are a-coming. And I probably just made them way stronger by taking a lot more land. 73,000 Egyptians. Come on, we're going on a ride. Oh my. Well, this is how strong my troops are. If you look at these numbers, why the hell am I winning? Well, tactics and morale. I'm not going to win, because there's way too many of them, so I'm going to back the hell off. But I got pretty far there. I'm gonna let them recover for a bit. They have some time until Cairo starts to really feel the pain. Meantime, I think I'm not coring this, which is a problem. Yeah. Do I just go in? I'll wait to the end of the month. Well, I guess if they arrive after the end of the month, that's fine. May, okay. Wait 2 days so they both arrive on May 4th. Oh, I got some garrison. Damn, that was a little slow. Should be able to take this fast, though. The garrison, in a bad event, loses some men. A bad event for them. So I'll probably just take it because the garrison ran out. Alright, well, there goes the Egyptian separatists. Iraqi separatists. That's... Yeah, there's a couple of provinces over here I can't convert because of the religious center modifier that just exists on these provinces. Actually, I can convert them. I might want to prioritize that. Oh, here goes my Portuguese treaty. Do I buy institutions as soon as they pop up? For better or worse, usually no. I buy them right before I want to tech up. And the reason for that is, and this actually has backfired on me a little bit in this campaign because I've had massive amounts of area where the autonomy was dropping rapidly, and that makes the price go up. But typically I let it expand in my land because the more of your development minus autonomy has the institution, the cheaper it is. My problem before was my autonomy was dropping faster than the institution was spreading. Eventually, the institution obviously would have won out, but I needed that tech. Oh, here's 30,000 men, just kind of hanging out in Egypt. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna take all your stuff. Alright, I can't end this war until this is done. It's gonna cause a lot of rebellion in this region. And in Tunis. Probably should pay attention to this. Tunisian separatists. 43,000 of them. Just make sure I have someone in the area. How about you guys? You have unrest? Galicia does, but they're not a problem. My colonies got some issues. Oh, they're actually colonizing. So these are my colonies. English West Indies and English Mexico. They're my friends. I acquired them in a deal with England. A deal that read something like, all your stuff is mine now. So now I have those colonies. It's very nice. They love it. How do you decide on your army composition based on mercenaries or regulars? Do you disband mercenaries after a war? If I have manpower problems, I take some mercenaries if I can afford it. Mercenaries are much more expensive. I usually don't disband them, I just stop paying for them. I'm so rich in this game that I'm not being frugal at all with my money. Usually, between wars, I'd just be like, army maintenance all the way down. Fort's down. But I'm making, what was it, 50 ducats a month? With all of this raised? Yeah, 57 right now. I'm stupid powerful, so I don't have to be frugal. Which in turn makes gameplay faster, because there's less I have to think about. And at this point, I've been unstoppable for about 100 years, so... more or less. I just want a little bit of land. Just a little bit of land. I actually don't need much. I'll just take the bare minimum. I really just want Mecca. I really just want Mecca. Of course, these are states, so I could take the whole of the states. What was it, that? And Medina? Certainly afford it. I'm sure nobody would really mind if I did this. But there's no way I'm stating this stupid land, so yeah, this is the deal. Give it. I will disband mercenaries as soon as I no longer have a use for them. Unless I'm super rich and I just stop paying attention. Like in this game, where I just at the beginning of the session disbanded my mercenaries. I expect him to come rolling out of the desert, trying to take back his land when I do this. I'll just probably pop into Mecca. And will he just give me my demands right now? He will. I don't need to keep fighting. Actually, I kind of do, because I need these cores to finish. In the meantime... let's think about where I'm going next. I do need to integrate New Zealand. How come sometimes when you have 100 army tradition you don't get a 3-star general? Because there's another dice roll. Whenever you get a general, there's a dice roll. And there's a range modified by your army tradition that dice roll can fall into. Or basically, the army tradition just gives you a bonus on the roll. So it's not guaranteed. It's just way more likely. Oh, that's, I don't like that. Wants to fight though. Did I finish a chord just now? Eh. Oh no, I finished a conversion. Got my sounds mixed up in my head. I could probably become Defender of the Faith and nobody would ever attack a Catholic again. Congo never went Catholic. Kikonja Congo. Oh. This was Kikonja Congo, but that's all I could see, so that called the whole nation that. It's kind of funny. Iraqi separatists in Baghdad. Let's get some men over there. I might just take ahead of time, because I don't know what to do with my mill points, but that is such a waste. It really is. No, I'll develop some land for the nobility. Nobles, where you at? Some nice cheap grassland. Some nice cheap oh yeah, I forgot about this one. I already did that there though. There we go. Then I'll have to give them less later. Oh, Ethiopia got a new dynasty. Alright, I really don't have to take more here. I'll just wait. French particularists in Erzincan? French particularists? The hell are you on about? How do I dump my admin points? Stability development often. One of my favorite things to develop is actually admin. It's just that admin is the most useful point. How much have I blobbed over the old world? I haven't done anything in the old world except for take land from other people. These are my holdings. This one I accidentally took by selecting the wrong provinces in the war against Spain. And then later on I forgot about that and I accidentally cored it. This I took from England, and this I took from England when I full annexed them. I got their subjects. So these became mine, which is why they are still to this day English, and largely I ignore them, and they have an awful time. The Honduras I took from Portugal, because they were expanding into my area. And English Mexico has actually taken advantage and started building a colony here, which is really nice. But yeah, I haven't expanded at all into the New World. I've only taken. How much have you blobbed over the Old World? Oh, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. This. All the green is my land. How come you can't upgrade development? What patch do I need for that? I actually don't remember. but you do need one. If you look up like improve base tax or improve production or improve manpower in the wiki, you'd probably find it pretty quick. Russia, yeah, well, Russia, what's funny about Muscovy is between Lithuania and I, we carved it out from this range to this range, and they had a couple of provinces over here. Oh, they had Perm too. But, yeah, they got pushed out to about here, and then they had like this. And then they started colonizing. And then they kept colonizing. And then they started attacking people. And now they're once more a relatively strong nation. Wait, I'm full on dip? What is this? I'll just take some tech, I guess. No, I won't. I will develop... Yeah, I'll develop London. It's good. Get that trade power going. But yeah, I don't want anything from Muscovy. I already have Moscow, so I don't care. I was really impressed though. I honestly thought the hordes were going to eat them. Timurz was dead at one point too, and then they got released into like here? And then they blobbed out again. So that's also impressive. They're also a nomad group instead of an Ikta. I mean, even the Great Horde's in Ikta now. Waiting for cores. What's the benefit of owning your culture group versus not? Your land of your culture group, A, cores faster. B, produces more. So if you mouse over what it does, so I'm an empire, so all my culture is accepted by default. So Occitan is just as good as Frankian. If I weren't an empire, it would still be very good, but not quite as good. So it would be like an accepted. No, that's not right. You know, I don't remember the exact how the numbers work. It's almost as good as a accepted culture. So if we look here, I think more accurately, if we look at an unaccepted culture, like Leonese, non-accepted culture minus 33%. I think a same culture would give you like minus 10% or something like that. It's slightly less. It's still very good land. But yeah, your culture is going to be more productive for you. Disgusting, Bob. I know, France is pretty gross. After completing Big Blue Blob, this has been way easier than pretty much anything else I've been up to. Hover over the culture of a non-accepted culture province. Yeah. So, like, does it actually tell you what the... Oh, there it is. Yes, thank you. So, non-accepted gives you more unrest, just all the time. 33% less tax. Minus 2 missionary strength. 33% less manpower. And this will bother everyone. Minus 20% sailors. Will your primary culture be more productive than other accepted cultures? I don't think so. No penalties. There's no penalties. I'm pretty confident. Pretty sure about that. Yeah. I'd show you what a same culture group would do, but I can't see it. There we go. Let's peace out with Hijaz. Not the sailors. Oh, Thanks, Ansbach. You're a champion to the cause. I'll take their money. And, I don't need anything else. I can make them revoke some cores, but I don't care. Mecca is mine. Give me that extra missionary. Man, this land is pretty garbage, so I'm just gonna raise autonomy. I really don't care. Truly. Look, herring. It's not here. For Mare Nostrum, do you need to form the Roman Empire? Yes. And Dio Bomp is right. No penalty for having more accepted cultures. I've accepted 2 cultures here. There we go. Here's my accepted culture map. Turkish is just huge, so I'm going to accept Turkish. They were like 13% of the empire, and English was 12%. Okay, what's up next? Ottoman separatists in Malatya. This sounds like a Diyarbakir problem. Okay, alright. I got my cores going, right? Yep. Which means I have room for another tech or an idea. I don't really need more states right now, so I'm going to go ahead and take the idea. Wait, no. Persia. Buddy, I'll talk to you in 19 days. I can also stop buttering up Milan. They love the pants off of me. An extra missionary and extra prestige. Excellent. Missionary is why I took Mecca. Sinai will be Catholic. Now I can begin annexing these jokers. But do I give them more land? I think I want to feed them more of Italy. Don't have a lot of reason not to. When can I annex Zealand? Zealand I didn't actually want to make a client state, but I demanded it and then got to 102% overextension. They had the extra relations, so why not? I might as well start improving though, because I want those gone as soon as possible. Truce-wise, I don't have a truce with Portugal. That's actually doesn't sound too bad. Wow, Portuguese Colombia has 0 liberty desire. $38 from Rio de Prata, 44 from Louisiana. Huh. They really favor Colombia, apparently. They must have been doing something nice for them. Anyway, let's think about fully annexing Portugal. I cannot. I've got land somewhere. Scared of coalitions? Not really anymore, to be honest. What I do want is the rest of Portugal. It belongs within my sphere, but first... I have a truce with Persia still. Was that recent? Really? Oh, 1703. Okay, 4 more years. But first... let's bring some men over here. You have men? You have men. Do they still have a big navy? I want military navies, force limit. Japan. Japan on the rise. Portugal, 59. 17 heavies. Yeah, they still have a scary navy. That's okay. A nice unified Japan. Nice. Cool. Wu's slightly lopsided name. That's kind of funny. It's not curved. It's just letter. Nothing weird about that picture. So Egypt is getting devoured now by Makoria and Ethiopia separately. Why is my name sneaking into Hijaz? I should have taken that land. No! France is slowly migrating east. Just the name. How much is enough to bankruptcy? I actually don't know the calculation for that. I wonder if we can see it. So you can have a maximum of, I can have a maximum of 23 bank loans at a time. If I take more than that, or if I go negative while I have that many loans, I will go bankrupt. So it's about number of loans. And I believe there's factors that make that vary, and I'm not sure how it works, so check the tooltip. Well, since I can't take that land, I'm also behind on tech. But I don't need the things it gives me. I really don't need anything it's going to give me. So I'm going to let myself fall behind on admin, I think. Well, actually I should take it. Because that institution's coming up soon and I need to be able to wait out the time it takes me to buy it. So I'll save up and take that. Maybe I'll hand some land to Zealand. It'll be fun for everyone. The whole family. Anyway. Portugal. Let's not do trade protection. That would be bad. I think they have 0 troops here. So I'm going to break off a couple of infantry. Now, what's going to happen now is my English colonies that I've been completely ignoring the entire campaign are going to now suffer the wrath of the Portuguese, which they've repeatedly proved fairly helpless against the Portuguese and Spanish might. So, sucks to be them. Wow, they bought down their war exhaustion. Not English Mexico. 17.41 war exhaustion. In Florida, not much better. And there's some rebels for them. And this is how the game's been for these guys ever since they came under French rule. Say, Livy. I think I got caught in Austria. That's fine. The year's almost over. I'm about to cap out in tech, or in points. That's fine. Like I'm trying to save points, but I still can't spend them all. Makes sense, right? Okay, I did get these islands. It's good because those are actually necessary. I think I need 1 piece of land from Persia and 1 piece of land from Austria. And I have everything I need to form the empire, but I'm not done when that happens. There's one more province I need. Berlin. Muscovy's attacking Shun. Muscovy's invading the Chinese. Muscovy's only escape is into China. The Enlightenment. Alright, I didn't get it. Okay, where is it? Where is the Enlightenment? Where you at? Ah. Little old Frankfurt got it. The free city of Frankfurt. We've got a university. They are free cities republics? I do not know. It looks like it since they have a 141. Well, now it should start spreading in every place I have a... And about almost one per month in Paris. Where are the other ones? Yeah, it's not super fast, actually. But it is spreading. Which means I need to tech up, and now I can. Check that out. Let's go ahead and do admin. Even though I'm going to need some for coring. So I'm ahead in tech. I won't have to take tech for a while, and the Enlightenment can spread. In 1717, the Mississippi Trade Company was founded. It had a royal monopoly on the utilization of the large colonial areas along the Mississippi River in America. In 1719, the government borrowed 1.5 billion how do you pronounce that? Livres? From the company. Some kind of money. The company was more of a financial institution than a company of trade and industry, and the price of shares hit the roof. In 1720, the French house turned into a Baisse. And the fact that the shares of the company were overvalued was evident even to the man on the street. Soon panic broke out, and the company was declared bankrupt. John Law was forced to flee from France. Oh, I've heard of that guy. John Law is English. Which is kind of funny that he did this. No more Portugal in my Iberia. How long have I been full up on Pope points? Let's spend some of that. Why don't I help my colonies? I think the more important question is, why would I help my colonies? Let's get some dip rep going. This will be 42 war score. 44% overextension. I could take it immediately when they'll give it to me. Alright, these guys are going to take this and then they're going to go to this fort. So I'll just have a guy ready here. Actually, I want him in Portugal. He's a faster siege man. A siegeman, if you will. Do you have army's advice you may think a new player may not know about? sure there's lots of things. So I'm trying to think of anything important and not too technical. I'm okay with making the bourgeoisie stronger. They're getting me trade. And I could get 1,000 ducats off of them, but I'd rather have the dip power. Combat width? Yeah, I don't even understand combat width. I'm not gonna lie. I do not fully understand how to tell how that's gonna work out. I probably should learn that. If anybody has combat width advice, feel free to let me know. One thing that a lot of people don't seem to understand is the way cannons work, and when this battle engages, I'll show you. I had the same question last session, or a session about how many cannons should you have, but I didn't have a battle at the time, so. Okay. So, here's the battle screen. It's a little bit arcane when you first look at it, but the way it works is the two sides are aligned like this. Current combat width is 38, and that's how many units across you can be. How to predict that beforehand, I'm not sure. It says the base is 15, and the technology of the rebels, I don't know why it's them. Maybe because they're the lower combat width or the higher? I would assume higher. Maybe. But it gives you a total there. So the combat width is 38. So at most I could have like... At one time I'd want 38 cannons in this. And here's how each type works. So let's see, I gotta lean in here. Cavalry. You see this line here? That means this cavalry can attack all of these units. All the ones highlighted. Is that a cavalry? What is a cavalry? I don't know why that's different than this. There's so much information going on here in the battles that almost nobody understands it. Unless you really want to know. Okay, this one's smaller because it's got a lower strength. This is a very hurt regiment because they have a wider width than me. This tooltip is not going to be easy to look at. So these two cavalry on the end are doing nothing because their combat width, they can't hit anybody there. They're flanking range. Flanking range. It's two spaces. So this one, that cavalry there, the one that's highlighted in the blue, mine, it's within flanking range, so it's getting hit. This one's hitting two regiments because they're within its flanking range. And my cavalry has a greater flanking range for whatever reason. It seems. Oh no, it doesn't. There's just more. It's calculated from directly across. My infantry's flanking range, you can see, is also. Why are these different? Oh, the middle ones are injured, so their flanking range is less, so they do less damage. So the way this works is you typically want the cavalry on the outside because they have a lot of shock, but you can't have too many cavalry in your regiments, and they cost a lot more. So I usually have a couple of cavalry on the outside, infantry to fill in the middle of the front line, and then cannons are special. Cannons are the only thing that can attack from the back line, and they attack a wide range, as you can see, and they do half their damage against that target. Those targets. So having a full line of cannons in the back means you're doing half that damage again, or half that damage to everything in their front line. So having a full back line of cannons and having a full front line of infantry and cavalry, mostly infantry typically, is really what you typically want to go for. And I don't understand it, obviously, strongly enough to just come up with a speech off the top of my head about the math of the situation. But yeah, there it is. And you can kind of poke around here and figure it all out. Oh, this infantry can't actually attack anything. And it has no space to get into the front, so it's waiting in the back. Yeah, there's a lot of information in here. Something I honestly almost never look at. Unless I'm trying to tell if I'm losing, because these squares get dimmer as they die. So if we slow down here, every month, or every day, I believe it's calculated more. Oh, I just made a whole bunch of them retreat. Their morale shattered. Usually only about 2 to 4 cavalry per army. I don't know what's best. I'm going to preface this with that. But I usually have it so that I want my cavalry to be on the flanks. And this is what they're trying to simulate, like an actual army composition. So you have cavalry on the flanks trying to break the lines from the sides, you get around the back or whatever. But in this case, they have a high flanking range, so you kill the wings, and the whole thing will start to collapse inward. So I just have a couple of cavalry. I think they're really expensive, and unless you have a ton of cavalry, usually aren't worth quite the cost. Let's say Portuguese Louisiana. Oh, yeah, that's them, not me. Where are they? What are they sieging? They never land in the Americas, or in the old world, so. So Portuguese Louisiana siege something. Oh, they're there. Well, that's Colombia. I don't know. Four cavalry and times 2 infantry until at least technology 17 or 20. I don't know the really specific stuff. One thing that I do specifically, and I get this directly from DDR Jake's philosophy, which apparently people don't always agree with, but that is that a lot of cannons aren't worth the money until about Tech 13, when they start getting good. I can actually drill into why that is too. So if I look at my cannons here, my current cannons have 3 shock, 3 fire, 1 shock, and 3 morale. How do I look at the show outdated? There we go. The really old ones have like 1 fire. So at Tech 13, they get more morale. I guess that's what he likes. Oh no! Tech 13, the large cast iron cannon gets 2 shock. And I'm pretty sure that's what he's after. Two offensive fire. Now, of course, they're always valuable for doing a siege. How do you decide military types? That's another thing I don't understand anywhere near as much as I should. And I honestly don't understand exactly if defensive and offensive pips are just changing the damage they dish out and receive, or if you are attacked. You use only offensive, or what? If anybody can clarify that, by the way, I'd love to know now that I'm thinking about it. So my choices are a little bit not logical. A little bit illogical because I don't understand enough. And I seem to do just fine without understanding enough, which you can say about a lot of things in this game. But, yeah, I learn more all the time. It's that kind of game. Alright, this is only 28%, which is pretty pathetic. But I can almost get what I want. And if I let the war score tick, I'm sure they'll fold. Although they will be sieging my land. there's their army in Florida. Whoops, don't cancel that. We'll have Catholic Africa soon. This is Turkish, isn't it? That might be a decent state. It might be. It might be. Yeah. Is state now. What do you want? Let me guess. The clergy? Frickin' clergy. Always asking for things. I'm the clergy, I want things. That's what they sound like. I have to core this before it'll let me. Okay, fine. Clerge that. It'll help me convert it faster. Speaking of converting it faster, let's get that out of the way, shall we? Hopefully. Oh, no, you're not going to kill this? I guess Keach is preventing me from... preventing access. No, Portugal has access. They should be able to get in. Oh, maybe only Portugal does. But they're in the war. Everybody should be able to. I don't know. Anyway, this is going to be 44 overextension, 44.4. So I can certainly take on someone else, Tlemcen. Because I only need one province from you. And what do you know, I have a whole lot of men right there waiting to do it. Apparently the Tunisians rose up at some point and I didn't notice. Oh no, they didn't. Why? Well, why worry? Arumba knows everything and even has a calculator to help him. Yeah, Arumba loves to delve into the numbers. Now you have a lot of respect for him for that. I just don't have the head for math like he does. So I can't keep the numbers just kind of slip away from me, if that makes sense. I can understand the gist of things, like I can play Kerbal Space Program and look at a situation and go, okay, I need this stuff, but I couldn't tell you the math behind it. I just kind of get an idea for what works and what doesn't, and I can do things that are very close to what I need, but not exact. What do you build first? Churches? Do you max out markets in every province? Do you frequently destroy buildings to make room for something else? Do you ever build courthouses? I am woefully... I ignore the hell out of buildings. I really do. So... some of these actually have stock exchanges? Why are these bluish? Why are these teal? Because they have a trade depot already, because it's an upgrade? Is that it? See, I don't even know how this interface works, because I barely build buildings. I know that... I know things like, people really like churches and cathedrals, or temples is what they usually are. Sometimes I build a cathedral if I want to convert something very difficult to convert. Hint, hint, you guys, actually. Yeah, these guys are getting cathedrals right now that I'm thinking about it. Manufactories are good for spawning the manufactory's idea or institution. Forts obviously have a totally different thing. Sometimes I will build a lot of training fields and barracks if I need more manpower. What is the minus 25 state maintenance? I'll show you what the state maintenance is in a sec. I only really build buildings if I really want something specific they give me. Naval force limit's really nice if you need a navy. In this game, I don't need anything. I'd rather, most of the time, unless there's really some specific advantage it gives me, my philosophy is I can better use that money on military in order to take more land to get more powerful that way. I don't need to build tall if I can build wide. State maintenance is how much you pay for your estates. So, let's see. Every time you declare a state, which is where you can have your full cores, you have to pay a certain amount of ducats based on the development of that state. So I'm paying 22 ducats right now in order to have these states active. Typically, they will give you more than that in return. Basically, it's just another way to make money less... to take money away from the nations, because Paradox doesn't like you to have too much money. They thought people were having too much money, so they made life more expensive in general. It's still a good idea to have your states. A state costs money unless you leave it as a territorial core. Doesn't it still cost money just to have a state? I could be wrong on that. Of course they're Curia controller. France will never be Curia controller. Maybe I need to take revenge on the Pope. Clearly, there's a papal bias despite the most pious French emperor lifting all of God's, all the weight that God commands, right? Right? They're the bad guys. Let's see now. Well, Tlemcen's done. I only really need that, but I wouldn't mind having more. Just a matter of, nobody really cares, right? Yeah, nobody cares. Nobody will notice. Why can't I take war rep? Do you own this? Give it all. You will be converted to the one true faith, which is whatever I say it is at the moment. This fort. I don't want it. No one looks an eye. Did I say that, or was that my wording? Because if it was, it's kind of funny. I really don't want you to exist, but I don't want to integrate you either, because it's a pain. Ansbach. My random personal union. Make Milan help me, or piss off Milan. Well, I can afford to piss off Milan. I'm not going to give them 25 admin. Huh. I think I am. What advice do you have for trade? Oh boy. What do you do if you don't own a trade node, but most of your provinces belong to that trade node? Okay, so what if you have less than half power in that trade node? In your main trade node? Or one you own? Do you steer trade power to that trade node, or do you collect from that trade node? Trade is confusing. And I am terrible at explaining things off the top of my head, but here goes. So this is trade. I have 63% in my main trade node. 60, depending on where you look, 64%. And collect 50 ducats from it. I could... So for the most part, you want to forward trade to the trade node that your capital is in. Not your capital, your what do they call it? My trade port. It's typically where your capital is. And then I'm using a lot of ships here to add power to that. So if I didn't have... If the Netherlands had just dominated this trade node and I could not collect much of that money, I would probably forward it to Champagne, make Champagne my main trade port, which isn't it's not a port, but, and then collect there. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if I'm not getting the lion's share of the wherever I'm collecting, I'm getting the hell out of there. You don't always have a good position to be making a lot of trade money. It's a lot easier some places than others, and it's a lot easier as some countries than others. It's definitely something I look at sometimes, because occasionally you can see, oh, well, if I was moving my money to Genoa instead, if I had a lot more trade power in Genoa, I should be collecting there instead of pushing all my money to English Channel. Not true in this case, but that is certainly a possibility. In fact, after I integrate Milan and take this last land off of Ferrara and take Rome, Genoa is going to be a gold mine for me. I should be pushing all of my trade to Genoa instead of the English Channel. So all this stuff coming into Champagne should be getting pushed to Genoa instead, although a lot of people have power here from inland. A lot of those people I'm about to destroy. Yeah, the Pope. Yeah, it's a lot of people. The Netherlands will take 16% out of it. But I'll push pretty much the rest into Genoa, which will take, 20 ducats out of English Channel, put it into Genoa, and I'll start eating all the Genoan trade. And I'm almost collecting enough here to do that anyway. Somebody's pirating me. Morocco. Ooh, you. Take the natives as an example. So, like, if you started over here. I have a feeling you're leading into something there. Tell me if you're not. What am I doing? I am at war. I need to finish this war with Portugal. Only 31%. I could easily take this land, and they'll give it to me now, and I want their money, because I'm a greedy shit. I can't take that much money. What do you have? Some. Some is the answer. Oh, I could take some colonial land. I could take whatever they have in Mexico. In Mexico. 1% for this glorious province. Or I could wait a bit and force Portugal to concede Mexico itself, which apparently has a colony there. But what I'd really love is to add to my Louisiana. I don't know. So, if I were playing as the Iroquois, so you start here. They've expanded a bit into Huron. But say I was the Iroquois. My primary trade node is going to be start up here in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. I'll probably have a little power here. In this case, it's a pretty easy decision. There will be almost no trade here, but I want to push from the Gulf of St. Lawrence, or from Chesapeake Bay, into Gulf of St. Lawrence and collect there. Let's say, somehow as the Iroquois, I ended up with power in... How did this flow? I think that's pretty straightforward. If I was Mexico, if I was the Aztecs, I'd pretty much only be doing here. But eventually I might expand into the Caribbean. If I wasn't the main power in the Caribbean, I'd probably still collect there because I can't push it back home. But I'd still collect in Mexico and try to keep as much trapped here as I could. Is it beneficial to steer trade for, let's say, Aleppo to Constantinople, and then again from Constantinople to Ragusa if your capital was in the Ragusa trade node? Yes, because every time you steer trade, it adds value. So every merchant you have steering trade downwind. So this merchant is adding trade value to the outgoing products, I guess. And so when it gets up here, more money is getting up here than he started with, pushing it out. If you have a chain of them, I think it actually just also adds... Does it do that by trade efficiency, or does it just give you trade power? I'm not sure how to read this. They increase the value. So pushing it from downstream is great. Honestly, I might be more... Yeah, I'm not collecting an English channel. And the reason for that is because I want to push more value in to make this more valuable. I collect here without using a merchant, so... I'm getting more out of pushing value in than I would be from collecting there. And I could probably demonstrate this. And this number is fluctuating a bit, but let's say I stopped pushing... Let's say I brought my North Sea guy here. I'm not sure if this is the same money or not, but... Hold on. See what it gave us. Okay, stayed at 49.2. It's almost the same. 64%. I'm pushing again. I'm earning slightly more this way. And the reason for that is I'm getting a slightly smaller share of the money, but there's more total money going in here now. Are you planning on moving your trade capital to the English Channel? It already is, actually. It has been for quite some time, since I conquered the final bit of England. Let me tell you, if you're trying to combat dry mouth because you've been talking a lot, cranberry juice is not the best choice. Alright, let's seal the deal with... Let's not unconditional surrender to Portugal. Let's sue for peace. And... I can get them to give me Mexico. I want all of it. Is this a colony? What is this? No, this is just something you took from Mixtec. Is that going to be a problem? Probably. But I'm going to wait a month and take it. I'd make them a vassal, but that would release all their colonial nations. Hey, my name is over in the Franco-Iberia area again. Because I took Tlemcen land. And I'm full up on mill points again. Who am I attacking next? Austria, Ferrara, and the Pope are all best friends. I think perhaps they have to go. Oh, big scary Silesia here. I can co-belligerent. Yeah, I'll attack Ferrara and Austria, and I'll co-belligerent Austria. I use my CBs on... Well, I got CBs on both of them, really. Could also go after Venice before they get too big to one-shot. But Austria might not let me in. Portuguese vassal. Is that Portuguese for Portuguese vassal? That doesn't look Portuguese, actually. Alright, let's just end this. We'll take... Oh, they'll give me all this. Precisely what I wanted. Good. Is this... It is a colony, but it's pretty much done. So I can pay for that. Free core for my colony. Give it to me. Portugal has officially been exiled from Europe. My colony might give Mixtec back. There's a chance of that. Oh, I should probably pay for my colony if I want to finish that. Instead of having it bleed to death. Remember to take the islands off Iberia as well. I did, but thank you for the reminder. Previous war. Yeah, we'll see if they core this or not. I'm not sure that they can. They might once this is done, but they might just return this to the Aztecs. Okay, when can I... Let's get rid of Zealand. And I could start on these guys too. In fact, they're the harder ones to annex, so maybe I do them first. Maybe I just... Oh, man. Maybe I improve relations with them a touch. Or, I don't know, send them a gift or... Nah, I don't have that kind of money lying around. Yep. No, I'll send them a gift. They only need 2 relations. We'll give them an extra 25 ducats just because we're that kind of generous overlord. Praise the French monarchy. Looks like you only have Italy left and maybe Wien. That is correct. That's to form the Roman Empire, though. I need more before... I need one more thing before I form the Roman Empire. And it looks like it's snaking its way toward me. But I need the province of Berlin. Because I have to prove that Napoleon's got nothing on me. It's important for my emotional well-being and my self-esteem. When's my Spanish truce end? In a while. They can wait. They'll be fine. But yeah, I'm gonna want more men over here. French particularists still in this province. That's amazing, actually. Why French particularists? Well, I'll drop some men there. The rest will head off to Austria. Let's see, how many men do I need? Enough. I'll ship in some more. Got some there from the last war already. Got you there from the last war already. Got you there. This area is not a problem. You can come up. I'll have you picked up by the luxury cruise liner that is my navy. Sure wish I had my 4 siege general, but I guess I'll have to replace her with a 2 siege and a 4. It's so nice having 80 army tradition. Oh, that's the most siege pips I've ever had at once. God, France is stupid overpowered. Anyway. Lost my claim on Venice. That's sad. You know, it makes me feel not great about it. Guess I'll just have to make another one. Righto, let's acquire a win. The Emperor's demands be damned. How long until those cathedrals are done? How about now? Oh, they're certainly reasonable. Yeah. Let's do those first. Next. Austria, you nervous yet? How does this make you feel? It's probably overkill, but I'd rather not have to bring men back. Oh, we got 40,000. Look at you. But look at me first, because I'm coming for you. Let's see, I want a general over here to deal with the Ferrarans. I've already got one, but let's have 2. Siege man. Another siege man here. You're not a siege man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, if I am... You've got 2 forts. You've got 3 forts. Austria's got 4. We're gonna go for Austria first. So yeah, this general... But I can only get to a few forts here. Yeah, 2 generals here, 2 generals here. Poland, Lithuania, help me out here. I need your help. I'm really on the back foot, and I need you to come in and win this for me. I like to make them feel important. Alright, one of those generals is going to come over here. Preferably a siege man. One in Parma, perfect. You're going to do this, and then you're going to do that. You're going to get Firenze. You're going to chill in Modena. And I'm going to have to defend against this papal stack, too. This is going to be one of the least lopsided wars I've fought in quite some time. This army needs to kill them with the haste. All of them, please. Close enough. And you guys go to Carnton and Crane. I gotta watch that Popeman. He might try to come through Lucca. I'll actually just chill there. I'm sure Milan will do something good. So what am I at war with? I need to spend some mil. You know what I could use? A little extra money. Here's the war. It's totally fair. Don't worry about it. Austria's got Denmark under a PU. So I'm sure my allies will head north and take care of that for me. In fact, I'm just going to request that Poland go ahead and capture this moose. Let's get Poland and Lithuania involved up there. Just saw a moderately large number of Ferrarans running around. I'm sure they'll be fine. That's why he's there. Okay, they are going right for the jugular, which I admire. It's good of them. Certainly brave. Alright, cathedrals. Convert. There's Dr. Popeman. He's gonna do his thing for a while. I'll just ignore him. The Pope is choosing the objectively wrong side in all this, so... see that he's dealt with properly. How are the institutions coming along? They're coming. All those libraries I planted will grow an institution eventually. It's going to be a while. Spain may well embrace it, which is fantastic for me. Seat in Parliament. Who are you? Morocco has got a constitutional monarchy. Okay. Alright, let's get that other cathedral working. Religious centers my ass. I like that the Pope seems to be afraid of Milan, or maybe he's afraid of me next to Milan. Not afraid of Austria, though. Get him, Lithuania. Oh, my trade ships. I forgot the Danish Navy is kind of scary. Well, I'll make less trade for a while. We in down. Let's go ahead and capture these provinces. And, you know, just taking it easy now. Just waiting for sieges. Apparently I got in a battle here. Oh, the Pope must have attacked. Fill up on mill. Kind of tempted to dump this general because he doesn't have siege pips. Mill. Fill up a mill. What can I spend mill on? I can suppress rebels. need military ideas. I don't need the manpower, so that feels like such a waste. Oh, hello. Going to Highlands, I see. Don't stop me. It very objectively will stop you, though. Whoa, he's got some backup from the Pope. But whose side is God really on? Speaks for itself, I'm afraid. Even my Ottomans in disguise, Zealand is doing its thing. Even the children are doing their part. Cairo had a revolt recently, so 25 months is pretty decent. Yeah. Invert Cairo. Would you look at that? The doors to Rome are wide open. Let's get Rome out of this war. Fort level 9. Oh, sons of bitches. Couple of goals here. Need win. I want Milan's claims before I integrate them. They're integrating a little faster than I thought that they would. Lost my nice military advisor. Carrington's down. Let's take the fight to Treviso so we can get across the mountains easily. You can go to Tyrol. You can go there. We'll get Austria out of this lickety-split. That's what the kids say these days, right? Oh, no, that's not good. Is a good general, though, and I think that's what matters in this case. There's a lot of men. Can I get in there? If I can hold them off long enough, the Polish are going to come back me up. I think I got this. Looks like the backup is now necessary for continuing the siege at all. It's about 33,000 men in a war. A battle. This I'm not sure about. Where's he going? Oh, he's stuck on his own fort. I want this army to... Oh wow, they're both really damaged. No, I need more men. See, they're not total pushovers. I've actually got enough ships to make me worry. Is the second slot lights or heavies? Lights. They have a lot of lights. No heavies, though. If I can knock Rome out of this, the Pope. I only have a claim on Provence. I don't want to take land from them because it'll be more expensive right now. I just want to end their... Do I really want to end their other treaties? I don't think I do. Maybe I just white peace them. Yeah, I just pulled 27,000 men out of the war. Right here and now. What? Egyptian separatists? Why? Why? Why would they do that? Why? It's downright unkind. I appear to have been black flagged, but I can actually use that to my advantage and loop around and get to the other side of this wall. Oh, this is Austrian land. They've been expanding. I actually didn't notice that. I thought their border stopped at Tyrol. Is he coming for me? Would he do such a bold thing? Let's go take care of this army. I want this gone. Not sure where he's going. Hopefully Cuneo, where I have a mountain fort. No? Okay. I mean, as far as he can go is Lyonnais, so... Guess I'll just kind of see where he goes. If he's just gonna stop there, I'll just keep him from leaving. While I siege up everything he owns. I don't know where the Austrians went. Oh, they're fighting the Poles. Yeah, now he's just stuck over here taking some attrition in the Pope's lands. Roll down. I will need to start taking this though. I noticed they had an extra fort there. So I guess the siege general can do it. General. You guys go recover in Lucca. Lucca, my oldest Italian holding. Oh god, I'm full up a mill again. I can't give this stuff away. Gonna have to start developing non-ideal provinces for development. I am enjoying how the Poles are actually ignoring their rebels to help me. Up north fighting the Danes and the Austrians. Well, that explains where they are. Hooray! No more of this Sunni garbage. Let's get this whole area done with. Do I have a truce with you still? I don't. I need to make my threats against Persia. Because Khuzestan needs to be mine. Minus 99%. Are you kidding me? Sure, renew war taxes. Why not? Let's go add my siege. Add some cannons to them. Because goddamn, that should be going down faster. It's my only non-siege general. Let's do this. I'll bring in more cannons, but they're going to be in with the siege general. Oh, he's moving. Perhaps emboldened by the fact that I moved. Well, goodbye, Mixtec. It's going back to them. How much trade power here do I have without... Only 42%. I lose about 20 ducats if I don't have my ships running. Ah well. Ooh, the Austrians actually killed a couple of ships. I lost 2 transports, is that? Gained a late ship and a galley though, so there's that. So from Austria, I will be taking... what do I need here? I actually need Treviso. And the Portuguese are really not rising up all that fast. seas look safe enough, so I can bring in these guys. I can attack this head on, because it's just highlands. How dangerous can that be? Alright, look at the map. I need these, I need Rien. Actually, don't need Carnton. I need these for my specific goals. I actually converted the land to Austrian. But I sure as hell wouldn't mind taking, like, Tyrol and Carnton and this. Actually, don't need Lienz. I just want Carnton so I can get that fort. Demands exceed war score. Oh, they're counting... Yeah, they're counting Denmark. Which is doing quite well, actually. I mean, if I wait 5 years, then I can take whatever I want. But the way Milan is integrating, I do want to finish this war. Perhaps I bring in the 3 siege general to handle this one. Tell you what, I'm taking Ferrara. I do not want to siege this province down again. It's improved 26 times. The aggressive expansion is going to be ridiculous. I'll leave all the cannons. I have max bonus from cannons. Goddamn level 9 forts. I'm gonna need a whole bunch of admin, but I'll probably end up spending some on ideas before this war is over the way it's going. What I ought to do, I ought to demand the Venetian trade node. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Hmm. 50% cheaper natural scientists. I forget what those do. I think they're... Yeah, they're production. Yeah, I don't want that. Alright, the Ferrarans went to the fort. AKA, they took the bait. Forgot about that. Well, looks like I took only about 8,000 men in losses. It's just 8,000 people. And I've got their forts, so they've got nowhere to run, so... Splat is the word. Oh, not yet. There we go. Oh yeah, Silesia. How do you feel about a nice long truce that Poland can't break? Can't or won't? Force your religion. Do we really care? Let's not force your religion. They'll be less mad. Let's break all your alliances. Let's, you know what? You can keep your Ferrara alliance. We're getting your trade power. Yeah, there you go. You have money. I don't want your money. Get out of here. Huh, I can't get up there. And the Danish Navy probably should scare me. Yeah, they got a lot of heavies. Look at all that aggressive expansion. Even the Ottomans remember. We wanted Wien, they say. I just keep rubbing it in that I've taken over their dream. Algerian and Portuguese separatists coming up. And Titera. Ah, no problem. I've already got men in position. You know, Prussia really doesn't have a whole lot going for them as far as defenses. They have a heavily improved Berlin. That's a pain in the ass, but a mere 2 provinces for it? I'll even give it back when I'm done. I just want to prove a point. That Napoleon guy's got nothing on me. Poles got this. I can just relax. Relax and watch Milan integrate. But I need to give them land. Ooh, I'd like to give them these. Maybe I will. I do have a claim on Treviso. Alright, Ferrara down. As is Elfsborg. Come on. Norca. Yes. Is that enough? It's not enough. Alright. Okay. What if... I mean, I'll get him eventually. They're the co-belligerent. Maybe that was my mistake. I have to make peace with them first if I want all I can take off of Ferrara here. Certainly I'm taking everything that... Yeah, this looks pretty good. Just a wee bit of aggressive expansion. I'm gonna need all this, But that's them. That is another war. First, the Austrians. And I actually would accept taking less off of them in this war if I could take more later. Forget anything that's not a fort. I could just take these. End it now. That's a lot of overextension though. That's kind of a problem, isn't it? Didn't think through that aspect as well as I should have. Maybe I just break all of Austria's alliances and go after them later. Sadly, I can't get rid of his subject because it's too strong. Although apparently it's cheaper now than it was. Interesting. Alright, let's go under the assumption that I have to go after them later. Actually, let's take Wien now. Let's do Wien right now. It's annoying that I don't have the land connection, but I can resolve that later. What if I just took the land connections? Took some of their money. What if? It's still 50 over extension. It's 50 over extension, but I can make a client state. If I need to, somewhere besides Wien. How much is Wien worth? 26 overextension alone. And I can always give Milan a little more land. It'll take 3 years to integrate them. A little more then. And I could always piss them off. In fact, they might get pissed off themselves, and I might leave them in that state. Oh wow, they are super happy with me. Although the development is going to go up. I could force my diplomatic reputation to drop too. By integrating Zealand. Did that say they had the mission to build a university? How's that going for you? I could build one for them. That is a thing that can happen. Enlightenment spreads really slowly. Wow. Might even be faster if I just ate Liège. Nearby friendly province would double that speed, though. Alright, I know what I want off of you. Technically, this is what I need in the long run, so I actually don't need to take war out, or land off of you again if I take this. I could just leave you alone. Who cares about Liège? They have the institution. They have enlightenment. Plus, they're my culture. They're the last province that I don't own in my culture group. Yeah, this seems like a good... This seems good. This meets all my requirements, really. So, yeah. Alright. And then I have to make a peace with Ferrara, who is now at 100%. Or 99%. I guess they occupy something. Is there someone else in this war? What's the 99? I'm not seeing it, but 99 is as good as 100, really. So I can take all this, get tons of aggressive expansion. People will love me, I'm sure. This basically means I'm going to have to go nuts against the remaining Catholics to keep them at bay. Naval blockade? If you occupy all their land, and they don't occupy any of your land, it immediately goes to 100%. So I should have 100. They are occupying Tomb. They sailed to Louisiana to occupy this. Sure. Portuguese Louisiana wants to go free. Rio de Prata doesn't quite. Good for them, you know. Where's the capital of Portugal now? Portugal is now located in California. That was the San Francisco Bay Area. Portugal. They colonized out here and they didn't have full enough for a colonial nation yet. Scientist or philosopher? Oh, certain different types of advisors can also increase it. So yeah, Portugal. Portugal's in California now. And they're expanding quickly because of their colonial ideas. Good on them. So I'm going to have to act quickly here after this because there's going to be a coalition starting against me. I'm fairly certain of it. A lot of the HRE is going to jump in. China was in New York in one of your playthroughs? China as in Ming? Ming 叫中国. I'm definitely giving Milan more of this land than they are claiming. Adjacent province had. Oh, Venice embraced. Well, maybe they're my next target. Maybe. Yep, I think this is the deal. I'm just gonna have to divvy up the overextension. How much overextension would this give Milan? Well, you know what? I can make a client state if I have to. And I'll start integrating Zealand. There we are. Now Milan did get set back automatically. Enlightenment present. Oh, Ferrara had Enlightenment? That's fantastic for me. That's pretty good for Milan too, because they're oh, they've got it too. What's present in Milan? Okay. Pope's got it. Good. You know, it's good news. Now then, I have 136 overextension. I need to spread the love with Milan for sure. So, Verona, how'd you like it? How would you? Let's give him this forts first. Let's transfer this. They're pretty happy with me still. I've got a bit of a debt, but that's fine. Grant Province, Florence. Their overextension will increase to 78. Which brings me to what? Oh, I can't tell. Florence was worth... I can't tell. Why don't I just get them near 100 and we'll call it good. Just give them this whole southern area, I suppose. Or just Piedmont, maybe? That would cause them to be overextended. Oh, it won't let you? It won't let you overextend them this way? I didn't know that. Alright, so I can just look around and figure out what would bring them to the highest overextension. Which in turn is going to be about the safest for me. So I saw 96 somewhere, I think? That was Piedmont. So we'll give them Piedmont. And then I'll just see where my overextension falls. I could do the math here. It actually looks like it might be okay. I'll have to wait till next month for that to update, though. 105. Okay, that's still too much. Okay. I wonder if I can give some to Zealand. Instead of making a new one. Once the French Revolution didn't happen because England and France got in a royal union. Oh, wow. I can't give Ansbach land, they're too far away. Zealand, can I give you... No. Well, guess who's getting a new client state? So I'm at 105. So what's worth a little more than 5? Arezzo, Goritz. That's what I was eyeing. Arezzo could be used to feed them papal land too. So I think... So could this, really. Yeah, we'll do this one. This is now a client state. Good enough. Welcome to the world. Okay. So that should be me good to go. And this should be me being very hated. Even Poland's kind of mad, actually. I want to improve relations with them a little. I feel like that's a good idea right now. Now the spy network. The other thing. So, I'm at risk for coalitioning at the moment. A lot of people in the HRE, especially the southern HRE. It looks like the northern Germans are at 49. And Hungary is pretty much a non-issue, actually. They might not coalition me, though, because I'm just so strong. I do want these Spanish provinces, though. Okay, Florida's American. So I can take a whole bunch of actual Florida here. And give it to them if I wanted to, as a bonus. Also, Zealand, I want you annexed. So there's a trick, apparently. I can do annex vassal, leave this dialogue up. I haven't tried this before. So as long as I don't close this dialogue, I can start something else. And if I just hit C here twice, in theory, oh, that confirmed dialogue doesn't work. Hold on. Oh, I started annexing them. When I hit C, it started the annexation, but it actually used this this diplomat, which I was trying to avoid. I haven't actually tried this bug before. You guys have probably seen this. So, yeah, wait till the next month. Not 100% on how this works. So if I go to integrate you, now leave the dialogue up, and then I go to someone else and say I send an insult. I hit C twice. In theory, I've started integrating you. I am integrating you. And it didn't use a diplomat. So yeah, that's the that's the exploit of the hour. Flavor of the month exploit. So now I don't have a diplomat tied up in this, and I'm integrating Zealand. So now I can just do whatever I want with that diplomat. For example, take Toledo. I'm flush with Pope points. Manpower recovery. Really don't need it. Give me that mercantilism. I do have rebels coming, like the Portuguese separatists that are about to rise up. Sure, that'll be enough. The rest are a long way off. Except for the Algerians, but I've got men in position. Excuse me. The great power of Lithuania is intervening in our second French-Spanish imperialist war. They will now aid us in this conflict. Excuse me? Lithuania joined my war as a great power? Wow, Spain's actually still a great power. How can Lithuania aid me, though? Portugal's still considered a great power. Wow. Lithuania. Woo! Totally necessary. Oh, okay, I didn't think they'd be there, but that's fine. Just throw a general on you. Eat 6 shock. Thanks, Lithuania. You're a real pal. Vassals are super loyal, though. Spain still has a lot of development. I'm trying to figure out where it is. There's some in South Africa. It's hard to tell. Oh, lose tariff. Oh, okay. No, more tariffs. More for you. Give me money. You've got other problems to worry about. Ooh. Let's see, the Cossacks got me in Burgas. Well, oh well. That's fine. Well, I occupied all of Spain in the old world, so I'll be having this. That is not up for debate. And I might just send some men over to the New World to show them who's boss. Or I might just wait until they give me exactly what I want and ask for nothing extra. That's probably the wiser option, really. Freaking. I need those war taxes. I'm poor. I'm only making 100 a month. Background noise brought to you by corrugated cardboard cat scratcher. And Vassal integrated. Didn't take long at all. That'll slow down Milan and let them really accumulate some more land. I don't need these. I'd rather just not deal with it. Or the fort. No enlightenment, though. That's sad. Hey, we got it in Paris. Which means it'll start spreading very slowly everywhere else. Downside of being a huge nation, institutions spread hella slow. Well, I guess I can start developing provinces I want the institution to spread to. There we go. Now it's in Constantinople, and it'll spread everywhere around it. So all the adjacent water provinces. Alright, do I go to the New World? I think that sounds fun. Let's go. Let's have ourselves a little adventure. Apparently I lost a couple of transports here. We'll come back for them. So where do I go? Where are a bunch of forts? There's really not much in Florida. There's an actual fort here. Wouldn't mind sending an army straight to Portugal. Just to get their consideration out of this war. So I guess I'll land here. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm supposed to actually pick up the troops, thank you. Okay, there we go. Why is this navy so much faster? Oh god. Alright, the Spanish fleet's here, so I've got to actually shimmy around them. So I can reconvene. I don't know why my ships went different speeds. Is this because this one had a galley? I bet it's because of the galley. Why does it say there's naval combat here? Portuguese heavies. Okay, it got away. Apparently I'm locked, so this is coming out too. Literally every ship at my disposal coming out for this one. Those are natives. They don't matter. Hey, maybe they'll kill these separatists for me. I'm just gonna wait for this port to be cleared up so I can land. Frankly, I'd be happy just taking what... Well, you know what? I made it all the way out here. Let's go... Let's go get a little more for our work. You're the 3 siege. You go straight there. Ooh, 20 armor tradition. Nah, I'll just take the stability hit because I can just do this. Hey! For the first time in this campaign, I have become the Pope. Alright. I mean, it's past the time of Crusades, sadly. Pretty sure. Yeah, 1650. I can't excommunicate. It is going to afford me a little bit of a bonus, right? Extra diplomat, prestige, cheaper advisors, more advisor, tech cost down, leaders without upkeep, aggressive expansion, impact -20. Well, that's a nice one. It's a real nice one. I gotta remember to look back here. They're either gonna go to the mountains or into my troops. Look at him run. Oh, hello. He knows what's coming. Oh, he knows. Suddenly, war score is a lot more. Now, what could I demand? I could, well, Florida's worth more than everything he owns, but I could take a good chunk of it, I'm sure. Quite comfortably, really. This will make my colonial nation considerably stronger. I mean, just by taking 5 more provinces, I'll have... How many do I have? I have 5, right? Yeah, 5 more. And I'll have another merchant, which is all I really care about. Although having more land means they will transfer more to my trade node. Ooh. I'm gonna have to leave troops here to protect this if I do this. But I could just eat up the East Coast. The majority of it, really. That'll all go to Florida. And with this, I am okay. It does include the mainland provinces, right? Yeah. I specifically want one of these ones because there's a lot of good trade stuff on the coast. It looks like I got 3 of them. So I'll leave 1 army here to protect all this new land. And the rest of the navy can just go home. These guys are probably never coming back if I leave them here. Yeah, we'll find out. By the way, these guys are bankrupt. So I guess good luck for them. They're bankrupt and they're colonizing. They must have just gone bankrupt in this colony. It's been here for a while. Hopefully they start coring this stuff. They don't have any overextension because this is all cored land. Or colonized land, so it doesn't give overextension. But they will need to start coring it. Either way, I've got an army ready to help them in that regard. Was I really full up on admin, of all things? Okay. Iberia has been liberated from the clutches of the evil Iberian menace. Now then, I would like to... There's a few things I'd like to do. There's a lot of people that are real mad at me. Real mad. Most of them right now in Europe. Although being the Pope is helping a lot. Can't convert Mecca. Well, someone is getting a cathedral. Can't help but notice my name shifted back over to Roman territory. The game knows what I truly am. Get him. My rebels, my colonial nation's rebels are just fighting each other. Definitely wanted that guy though. Hey, clergy. Ooh, wow, I can't get that for a long time. Well, you know, I've got the money. I could just... throw away all the level 1s. See what they give me next month. What kind of portrait is that? There we go, level 3 missionary strength plus 2. Exactly what I wanted. Can't help but notice the Swiss are down to 1 province. They wouldn't vassalize, sadly. I'd love to reconquer their... Oh, they actually lost a lot of their cores too. Or maybe they weren't as big as I remember. So I want to take Berlin. I'd very much like to take Berlin. What color is the platinum? I forget. Oh, it's this country, isn't it? Yeah. If I take Berlin, that's better than Napoleon. Done. But I'd have a high aggressive expansion with everybody in the HRE. Every last one of them. I'd care less if I didn't have people on my flanks also ready to join in. Like if they were all focused right here, I could take that. Especially with the Poles on my side. Basically the question for me is, do I just ignore aggressive expansion and just go crazy? Or do I wait a little bit and then wow. Netherlands is real mad. For some reason they want Zealand. Can't imagine why. Get rid of the forts in places that don't give me defensive bonuses. Good way to prevent any problem is just to keep eating up miners. Like Venice. Anybody ever colonized down here? No, nobody took this. If somebody took South Georgia, I was gonna go for 3 Georgias because I have Georgia. And now I have most of other Georgia. I just need Georgia, Georgia, Georgia. But nah, if nobody's gonna colonize that, I'm not gonna colonize for that. Attacking Venice would let me walk my men across Italy now. I'd have a land connection all the way across. And it might make my name slightly more central too. Of course, I could just demand Friuli. They'd probably give it to me. Come back for the rest later. Venice's navy might be able to beat mine because there's so many galleys. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted that one. Got a galley here for some reason. I am nowhere near force limit. $120 light seems fair. Why joke around? Let's go straight to 20. That ought to make sure that nobody can fight me in the Mediterranean. Italy being the one person who would try. But it also means that when I fight the Prussians, I can actually dominate the sea as well. Poland would demand land from Prussia? But I have so many favors. Wait, what? You joined another war against Muscovy, didn't you? How'd you get into that? I don't even know. They're guaranteeing the Great Horde. I have no idea how Lithuania is in this war. But somehow Lithuania is defending the Timurids. And Wu is expanding ever further into China and Mongolia. These guys are scary, I'll admit. We've got more development than Poland, who is number 2 right now. Well, you know what? It's getting to that point where I'm just kind of fading here, so I'm going to call it here. I want to finish this up, well, probably next session that I play. Likely tomorrow or the next day. I've been playing a lot of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds with a friend I haven't played a lot of games with for a while, so that's a competing factor, but definitely finish this up pretty soon. Yeah, Venice, the Pope, and the Prussians are basically the end of it. How fast am I integrating? 5 a month? I can make that 4 a month and just accept that it's slower for a different advisor. Improve relations. I can get a good one from the nobility, no problem. And that might lighten the mood out here with all the Protestants. Pope's going to be expensive. I'm probably going to have to give some of his land to Gores or something. Berlin's going to cost 19... It's going to cost about 25% to get what I want here. Which isn't bad. It's pretty easy, actually. Do they have to be cores? Yes. So I'm going to have to take it and core it. Where are the institutions at? I could probably capture all of those pretty easily. There's 2 up here. There's 1 there. Hello, Toga. So Renaissance was down there. Colonialism, Iberia. Printing press, global trade, manufactories. I've got that, and Enlightenment. So if I went for this and these, I'd have that achievement too. Maybe I'll do that. But after the primary goals are completed. Maybe I'll fight Lithuania and Poland in one grand war. They're allies. I was thinking about breaking them up, but maybe I can make them my end boss. Because all I need is these. I could easily pop out 150,000 more troops. Yeah, That sounds pretty good. But again, I'll do that later. I need to go to bed. In about a week and a half I'm going to be moving, so there might be a lull in activity for a while. But then I'll have more time on my hands because I won't have such a long commute anymore. So yeah, thanks for sticking around. Lots of good questions today. And I'll see you guys next time.